Hello all. Hey Fanfully, although I guess you're BRBing, so I'll say hello again when you get back. Today is a strange day. I feel a little strange today, but we're going to try and pump a painting out in lightning speed. That's the goal, absolute speed. The first thing I am going to do is throw some acrylic background onto this before we start. I'm going to make a like orange brown color. That way I can, when I do the oils over top, I can scrape through down to this orange brown color to do branches and stuff if I want. I don't know if I'm actually going to end up doing that, but I want it as an option, so mix this up and slap a coat on there. Welcome back, Stanley. How are you? My Sunday is going very strange. I was going to get up early because I went to bed early because my spouse, Goldie, has a cold. And he had to go to work early this morning. So we tried to go to bed really early, which really early for us is still like midnight. But we usually go to bed at like 2 a.m. And so last night we went to bed around midnight. And I was like, okay, good. It's daylight saving times. I can get up early. I can like, try and sort this weird time change out. And I got up and then I moved to the couch where I promptly fell asleep again. And then I got up and had breakfast and watched TV for a bit. And then I promptly fell asleep again. So I think I've slept for like, I want to say like 14 hours in like the last day. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm just really sleepy. So in the off chance that I'm like vitamin deficient, I took some multivitamins and whatnot, and finally convinced myself to take a shower and get up and get dressed and do something. So I'm trying to do this painting speedier than usual because I dilly-dallied too long getting ready. It's going, you might go for a walk later. That's a good idea. I should probably go for a walk later too. Maybe it'll help with my weird stagnant state that I'm in. Time change already, or does it change tonight? I don't know. For some reason I thought it already happened, but I'm not sure. I could be wrong. Usually I would be awake when it happens at like 1 a.m. or whenever it usually hits, but I went to bed early last night, so I have no idea. I, for some reason, thought it was last night, though. Ooh, I'm buffering a bit. Really? And yeah, vitamin D is a good idea. I'm supposed to take it regularly anyway. And usually I do, but I've been bad lately at doing the things I'm supposed to be doing. Wonder why? Why are we having buffering problems? I will say I've had a couple internet problems the last couple days. There's been just a couple moments where my internet has just crapped out completely when I've been either gaming or watching a stream, and it only takes a minute and then it comes back, but it doesn't instill faith in me. But yeah, I'm just having a weird day. I don't know, haven't accomplished anything of value, so hopefully this painting goes well, because if it doesn't, then it's going to encourage me to not get things accomplished in the future when I feel sleepy. You're taking high doses because you were really low. I also have in the past had B12 deficiency, which can be common when you're vegan or vegetarian. So I should probably take some B12 just in case. I haven't been blood tested in a long time to see what my levels are like, so Okay. We have a, oh, interesting. You can't see that I have painted this board orange, can you? Streamlabs sure can't. Huh, why is my camera frozen? It's gonna be one of the, oh, it's gonna be one of these days. I can see my stream health has gone to hell too. Come on. Why is it frozen? I don't like that. Why are you frozen? You just deactivate it and reactivate it and see if that fixes it. Aha! It's orange now. Okay. Where'd you go? Hey, get back here. Of course, on the day when I'm like sleepy and can barely convince myself to stream, the like tech is gonna explode on my face. Oh, at least it looks like it is live now. You live? Okay, everything's live. Streamlabs looks like it is fine now. Although my stream health looks bad. You still getting some buffering and stuff, Sandflea? I don't know if there's anything I can realistically do about that. Oh well. I'm just going to run this to the sink so that it doesn't turn solid in here. Can't nap stream for real. I could have streamed a 14-hour straight nap stream earlier. Okay, I'm just gonna throw the fan on this bad boy so he dries, and I'm gonna run this quickly to the sink. Okay. So, I've got a couple goals for this specific painting I'm doing. One is speed, because I don't have a lot of stream time because I dilly-dallied, so I have to try and get it done quickly. In addition, the reference looks very dark, but I want the tones in this not to be black. I want the darkest tones to be lighter than that. I'm trying to go for lower contrast. So I'm trying to keep that in mind while I paint. And I'm not sure if I want to be... Oh, hey, Art Pops. Thank you for the raid. If you've got a link to your Instagram or Twitch or anything and you want to throw it in chat, throw that in chat. I don't know if it'll get removed by mod bots or not. It's just you. It's just you, Art Pops. That's all right. Our raid by Art Pops is always welcome, even if it's just you. It's a sleepy day anyway, so it's a good thing you didn't bring anybody with you because I might bore them to death because I'm in a very low energy mood today. But yeah, I was just saying that my focus for this painting, I'm trying to keep the contrast low. I don't want to go too dark on the darks, and I'm not sure if I want to go all glowy in a true way like this, or if I want to get some weird colors involved and make it like more interesting than the reference picture, or if I'm trying to be true to the reference picture. I'm just going to start painting and see which of those two things ends up coming out in me, but the main focus is low contrast, high speed. We're doing it quickly, so this feels like it's mostly dry. Turn my fan off. And, oh, we have to decide on colors here. Let's have a look-see. We're definitely going to need ultramarine and... Am I missing a couple of these? Need the ultramarine. Should give myself more paint. I realized yesterday as I don't give myself enough paint when I do this. We need brown. Where's my brown? Burnt umber. Probably need a lot of that, actually. Get in there. Must be generous with the paint blobs. It's a whole thing in order for you to post an Insta link, so you'll pass for now. That's all right. I'm sure anyone in chat who's interested in checking Art Pops out can just take a poke over to his Twitch channel from here. He also streams art. Oh geez, I've gone done and gotten paint all over me already. Oh, it's just one of those days, guys. It is just one of those days. But Art Pops does a lot of really fun fantasy stuff. And you're very quick. You get your work done so quickly. You don't dilly-dally like I do for like 6 hours straight on one piece and then do it again the next day. I think we're gonna, instead of ochre, we're going with the permanent lemon yellow today, because we're gonna want that bright yellow tone in the lanterns. You're far too quick. I am trying to train myself to be quicker, so maybe I'll get better at it. Probably I won't. I've always been a kind of slow worker. I'm quick in that I tend to do things in one sitting, but the sittings tend to be very long. And not a hard day, just a weird day. I've been like asleep all day. I just keep taking naps. I was gonna stream this morning and I woke up and I just didn't wake up. Had breakfast, went back to sleep, watched TV, went back to... I've been, I don't know. My mind's been in nap town all day, so... and let's see. I think we're gonna go with the magenta this time instead of the pyrrole. Yeah, daylight savings. I also went to bed early compared to when I normally do, because my spouse is sick and he had to get up early for work. So we were like, we should probably, with the daylight savings and stuff, try and get some extra sleep in there. So we went to bed early, and I think that plus the daylight saving times, and I don't know, just my brain wasn't... It wasn't okay with being awake, so it just stayed out, and that's fine. I think it did. Let me, Oh, Art Pops notes, yes, okay. It did change already. Honestly, that is a good news. If it was gonna happen tonight, then I would be in big trouble. They took one away, so we lost an hour. So for me right now, it's 4:30, which means it's kind of like it's 3:30, sort of. Yeah, no, we lost an hour. Everybody lost an hour of sleep last night. So if everybody's sleepy, that's why. Although I went to bed early, so I didn't lose an hour of sleep. I'm just still sleepy. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. What do I want to use to block this in with? Just gonna use this guy to draw some lines in to figure out what I'm doing. So again, we are using water mixable oils today. I haven't fully decided how I feel about them yet. Painting yesterday turned out pretty well by my standards, and I'm a picky lady, so that's saying something. But despite that, I'm just not used to not working in layers, so give this our best go. Nice thing about working oils alla prima like this in one sitting instead of in layers is that you don't have to worry about any of the what's it called, the concepts of like fat over lean, to make sure you don't have like paint cracking and stuff at the end. As long as you're doing it all in one sitting, you're basically fine. So at least I don't have to think too hard about that. 4:30 here too, East Coast for the win. I don't think Sandflea streams. If you do, I didn't know about it. I don't know if I've ever asked. Although Sandflea does appear playing Don't Starve with me and Goldie on our streams when we stream Don't Starve. He plays with us whenever we play. Which Goldie is off for a number of days. So unless he gets sicker, we should be streaming some Don't Starve in the next little bit. You only stream once a year around 3 a.m. for like 20 minutes. I better, I don't know if I follow you, Sandflea. I'm gonna follow you and make sure that, if that's true, I catch that stream. Ooh, I'm not following you. Alright, I followed you, Sandflea. I better catch that 20-minute stream. Uh-oh, that's not good. There's something amuck with my... Oh, okay. Streamlabs just froze on me and then came back. Don't like that. Don't like that at all. It's just to commemorate that you don't stream much. Yeah, it's the annual I don't really stream. It's very important. You want to announce that I have to be vigilant? Alright. Wonder if I can make my phone set it to like a horrible like police car alarm that'll wake me up out of a dead sleep when you do it. Okay, we're just gonna try and figure out where we're putting all of these guys. It's not really that important. We're not really going for accuracy today. We're kind of going for vibe. But it is good to know generally where you're putting things. There's going to be a tree. He's got a branch. Goes like that. Splits. Sandflea is like a ninja, sneak in, stream, and out. He's very, very sneaky. You should give a special prize to anybody who catches you in the act. Oh, I just straight up ignored this branch. And then there's just like a secondary tree back here. Kind of ends in the lantern. This blocking is very messy. This messin'. It is a messin'. Just mess it in there, it's fine. Yeah, sure, good enough. Okay, let's, oh, there are some strings. Ooh, the strings imply that this needs to be just a little bit over that way more. String can bypass. Sure. It's not really important. Gonna get up and move around. We'll see ya. See you around, Art Pops. Have a good stretch and walk about. I'm hoping the streaming will wake me enough. I can't even speak today, man. I'm hoping streaming will wake me up enough that after stream I can convince myself to go for a walk. But enjoy your moving. Alright, let's mix up a black. What do we want the undertone in this painting to be? Green? No. Blue? Purple? Let's put a little bit of a magenta in there. Okay, that's way too much. Get off there. I want like a purple gray. And we do have to warm it up a fair amount. In fact, we might be able to just... Because we don't... This is basically as dark a tone as we can make, and we don't want it to be that dark. We're avoiding contrast, so it needs more white. I do like that tone of gray. It is leaning purple. That's probably as... Do I want to go even that dark, or do I want to go even lighter than that? Let's push ourselves a little. Let's go even lighter than that. Probably should have made this pile bigger. Okay. So that's our absolute darkest tone. While we're mixing, we might as well... Buffering again. It's not good. I don't think there's much I can do about it, so if it keeps happening, we'll just have to call it quits. But it seems like it's not happening consistently, so we'll keep an eye on it. Your cat became a lap cat a few days ago after 2 years of never doing it. Really, that's very strange. I wonder why. Just woke up one morning and decided to be a suck all of a sudden. Maybe she knows something you don't. Maybe she's trying to tell you something. Okay, and I'm also going to mix up a color for these trees. Let's put some yellow, magenta. Yeah, I'm not mad at that. Getting some of this black in there. It's probably for the best to keep it toned down a bit. Okie dokie. It's not bad, honestly, just a few seconds. Okay, good. I'll keep an eye on my stream health either way. I'm surprised she decided to be on my lap so much now. Yeah, that's weird. Sometimes animals just, like, develop a new behavior sometimes, though. Okay, What brush do I want to start laying this in with? Let's go with this guy. And since this is the darkest tone I am allowing myself to have, let's figure out where the darkest places in the picture are. I've got a chunk in here. Yeah, I've got to figure out how to lower the amount of glare I have. You guys are also slipping a little bit. It's a little bit better. I have glasses on today because I thought it's getting a bit of headache by the end of stream yesterday. The day before yesterday. And I'm wondering if it's because I was wearing contacts instead of glasses. Just have crappy eyeballs, you know. Gotta give them everything you can to try and help them out. The astigmatism in my eyes means that when I wear contacts, they if they don't stay straight on my eyes like blur over. Because they're like weighted at the bottom. And I find that just happens all the time, and it's really frustrating when I'm like gaming or painting or looking at something. But then glasses are annoying too because they hurt your face. This area in here is very dark. Very dark indeed. Also trying to convince myself to paint a little bit on the thicker side with the oils. My instinct with them is, like with acrylics, to put on thin layers, but I think the key is to use more paint for Alla Prima. The brightly colored background really helps because it reminds me that I can still see through this when I see the red peeking through, so. It's just a paint with such a nice texture. This area down here. I always hate these starts of a painting. The blocking in process is not the fun part to me, because everything just looks kind of crappy for a while. Oh, there's like a big branch right here that I kind of missed. Alright, we're already dropping paintbrushes. Like I said, I knew today was going to be a weird day. Oh, there's just a huge black area over here. It's pretty dark. These little like peaks of light blue through the trees I will add on the end as an after thing. There's no world where I'm just like leaving them out and painting around them all, so. I think it'll be fun though to there's a lot of like little peaks of green foliage around the bottom of this reference, and I think that'll be fun to put in. So I think we can do it in a very brush strokey, globby way. This is kind of a weird area in here. Let's try and get some paint in so that I can visualize better. Just a thin layer. And build it up after. I'm going to clean off this brush a little bit, blend to this, and try and make a bit of a darker color to start in the trees on. Mixture is a lot sheerer than the purple mixture because the lemon yellow is like a half sheer paint, and this is mostly lemon yellow, and I think the magenta is the magenta is a fully sheer paint. So it's a pretty low opacity mixture. So a lot of that red from underneath is going to come through this unless we get it a lot thicker. See, I think I have already fallen into I should have made more paint problem. You think you've got enough, and then you're surprised to find that it's never enough. Hey, Odinette, how you doing? Been telling Chad about the fact that I've had a weird day that I've spent sleeping. I've come out of hibernation to try to pump out a silly little painting as fast as I can. Not affiliated yet, no. We're getting close. I think I need 4 more followers, and I think I'm at 2.7 average viewers a stream, but we need to get to 3. It's a tough road. It's a tough, tough road. But I don't mind so much. There's something special about the early stages of growing a community when there's only a couple people here who are ride or dies. There's also fun to be had in like streams with more viewers, but there's something nice about a little intimate community as well. Get it done, please. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. This isn't just on me, you know. I'm here. I'm streaming. The universe has to participate. But we're getting there. We're getting there. It'll happen slowly, as it should. And then I'm gonna have to scramble to make you all kinds of emotes and all kind of channel point redemptions. I gotta reward the people somehow. It's certainly not a reward to just sit here and watch me complain about how sleepy I am all night. All we need is a second paintbrush going with the darker color. So again, I have to, I gotta see what I can do about adjusting my camera settings, because what this looks like in real life and what it looks like on the camera are very different. Not like insanely so, but you guys have a lot more saturation in yours than I do. It's fine, you'll just post pages of chat about how life is shit at times. Yeah, I think we all go through it sometimes. And we gotta vent somewhere. Been having a good time. I've just been having a sleepy time. That's the strange thing. Just don't know what I did to deserve being so sleepy. To be fair, it probably is still just like residual recovery from spending a week straight doing activities with my friends. I'm not used to that kind of 24-hour kind of being on commitment, especially with my vertigo and stuff. We did a lot of like walking places, which if it's like snowy, which it was very icy a lot of the places we went, I have to be very like focused or I will fall down. So I think I just got like, I overused all of my like my backlog of energy that like you keep in case of emergency. I used that all last week, so I just gotta regenerate it, I guess. Do I read chat from OBS or from a browser? I read it from Streamlabs, yeah, OBS. Mostly because I can pop it out and just put it where I want it. Because I have to use my monitor for my reference image as well as chat. It's nice to be able to like not have a full browser attached to it. Although maybe you can pop it out on stream as well, or on Twitch as well. I have never tried. I just read it on Streamlabs. Okay. What am I doing here? And they ask because OBS does odd things with emotes, and you don't want to confuse the situation with already emote displays. Interesting. I think in Streamlabs OBS, at least, I don't think I've had any issues with emotes displaying properly. You go nuts with your already emote displays. If they look strange, I'll just have to turn my head extra far over there to check it on the browser. Which, frankly, my neck probably needs the workout, so... Oh, interesting. You might be right. I see only one of those. That's very interesting. How come the one penguin gets viewed and nothing else does? Or is T-space just an emote that has nothing in it? I can only, in both, oh, it's transparent, I see, interesting. In both Streamlabs and on Twitch, I can only see the penguin. The penguin is the only one I can see. If the rest is transparent and is just pure transparency, then it is displaying correctly on both. Pure transparency. See, and we're already gonna have to make more paint. Oil paints are just so much hungrier than acrylics are. They require a lot of mass. I want to try a method where you paint your painting in black and white in acrylic first, and then just use color washes and oil over top to color it. I think I might do that for my next larger piece. I did kind of do a similar thing with one other piece that I did. But I painted the bulk of it in like color in acrylics and then used oils for washes at the end. Which I was pretty happy with the results of. But But I would like to know if I did the full color with oils, if I would be happier with it. You got told off by Grumbly for confusing him? It is the chatter's right to bamboozle the streamer. That is my belief. If you succeed in bamboozling me, that's just a win for you, and that's on me for streaming. Bamboozle away. Told off. I don't know what y'all chatters would have to do for me to be mad enough to tell you off. But I guess I'm a relaxed parenting style individual. That's how my parents raised me. They like let me do whatever I wanted, so I'm gonna treat chat the same way. You guys go nuts over there. I don't care. Can't pretend to think I can keep you guys under control. That'll never work. Don't find enjoyment in trolling. So 2006. You love Twitch. Us Welsh love hard. I don't like people who troll with malicious intent. There's channels like I'm Painting Badlies where everybody is a little bit of a shithead and everybody's a little bit rude. And we like poke fun at him and he pokes fun at us and we chastise each other in chat. But it's all done with a like atmosphere of like love and everybody truly genuinely liking one another and wanting to be there. We're just being like silly in a best friend like sibling way, poking fun at one another. And I like that kind of banter. But it really does have to be with an underlying atmosphere of love and respect. Otherwise, people can go to hell. But I also have a fairly thick skin, so I'm not about to get terribly offended if true trolls with malicious intent come out of the woodwork to try and pester me. But so far I haven't had any issues with that. Everyone who's been in my chat has been extremely lovely. And I find for the most part in the art community, everyone just is very nice and very lovely. Hey, Schmuckleberry. You're guilty of the old bit. So 2006. 2006 was my first year of high school. I was in 9th grade in 2006, and I was a little hellion. I was not as nice of a person in high school as I am now. But I guess that's probably true of everybody. Kids are assholes. I don't really have a method to this madness. I'm just kind of poking things and hoping it seems right. I'm already annoyed that I decided to do this reference, Alla Prima, because I can already, like, feel the nice sharp control I'd be able to have over it if I was doing it in layers instead. But I suppose if I just keep working Alla Prima for a while, maybe I'll pick up better control with it. Just feels so wrong. I am doing what on what Schmalko Berry. It's day 2 of Alla Prima attempts for me, which yesterday's turned out alright, so I haven't written off Alla Prima yet, but it just isn't my instinct, so it's taking a little bit of getting used to, but like anything, practice makes it all seem normal, so. 2006, you're on-duty manager of a 5-star hotel on the waterfront, but then you passed your driver's test when soft cell had tainted love at number 1. That's crazy. It's a weird world out there with the age differences of all. I have a lot of friends who are both much older than me and much younger than me. I'm 32 for context. And I sometimes just like think about things I was experiencing and where they were at that time. Like one of the friends I hung out with last week, they're only 22, 21, 22. And I was just thinking about the fact that like they were literal like babies when I was playing Halo. And something about that really like messed with my mind. But it is really nice that there isn't really as much of a generational divide as people make it out to be. I think it's really easy to connect with people even if your age difference is pretty large. Said that right when I typed. You must be reading my mind. That's right. That must be why I'm so tired today. I have all of my energy being diverted to reading chat's mind. Up here is kind of on an angle in the picture. Try and mimic a slight angle in it. I think one of the hardest things I've been having with this Alla Prima situation is I just don't know what to do with my arm. It doesn't help that I like don't have a setup that like gives me a lot of space. Like my palette is very close to me. It's like right here. So I just feel constantly like I'm about to put my elbow in it. At least I can kind of rest my arm on my desk. And I've been like holding my own wrist, trying to use it as stability. But I'm used to being able to get very up close to the work that I'm working on and put my palm on the painting. So training myself out of that is probably the hardest part of painting this style. I'm also just struggling with not picking up unwanted colors. And I guess the idea is that you kind of more want to like dab things on with more precision and don't drag as much. But again, that's just not my... It's not my instinct because it's not what I've been doing, so it's... trying to remember that I'm painting differently and that I have to remember how it works. But I guess if it, if this one goes that poorly, we can just, let it dry and then do another layer. It's not like illegal to turn an Alla Prima painting into a not Alla Prima painting if you so change your mind. That I know of. If it is illegal. In Canada, at least. Somebody let me know. I don't want to break any laws on stream. Oh, this playlist has a lot of weaker thans and John K. Samson on it. I just picked one of my random daily mixes, and the Weaker Thans is probably one of my favorite bands. It might be my favorite band, actually, so I suppose I shouldn't be too surprised that it's giving me a bunch of them. But very happy with this playlist so far. Need is a smaller brush. I told myself I was going to try harder not to... What? Where did that brush come from? I told myself I was going to try harder to not rely on tiny brushes so much, but I don't know, I just gotta. I don't know. It's way too much. Get off of there. I think I have to learn to have a lighter touch. Oils, you gotta work with stiffer brushes, so they carve stuff out more if you are too heavy-handed with them. So I have to force in the lighter touch. Oh, it's already 5:20. Oh, I started stream way too late today. Far too late. We're an hour in. I wonder if I can get this to semi something of value in one more hour. Maybe I should change gear and keep reminding myself that I'm supposed to be focusing on speed. Lower the standard, up the speed. I did not finish the Hobbit hole I was doing. It's here, I can show you where I ended up. It's just sitting over here. I went on a vacation-ish for a week and didn't that's where we ended off with it. I still have this like little area in the front garden to finish. So we were getting close. But I don't know, once I took that like week off, I just came back and like I knew I had to stream, but I just really didn't feel like working on it. So I didn't. And so 2 days ago I did fox painting with water mixable oils instead. Which I was kind of happy with, and because of that I had all of my oil paints and everything out and set up, so I didn't want to switch back to gouache. Just because this was all here and I had open linseed oil and stuff that I wanted to use up, so probably I will use a stream next week maybe to finish it. There's not a ton left on it, so I don't think it would take that long, but I did find that I wasn't as happy with the gouache as I have been with the oil or acrylic. It's a medium that's very hit or miss for me. I did a couple other little studies before the Hobbit hole in gouache, and I thought they went okay, but they just don't have, like, I don't know, the depth that I want them to, and I don't know really what I'm doing wrong with the gouache to get them where I want them. I'm sure it's just user error. I'm sure if someone told me what I could be doing to get them to look cleaner and richer, I could maybe be happier with them, but I may be addicted to oil paints now because the fox painting that I did a couple days ago only took the one stream, which was about 5 hours. It just came together pretty fast, and that Hobbit hole has taken a number of streams. Granted, I've kind of been dilly-dallying, but and I don't think it's as impressive as the like 5-hour oil painting I did 2 days ago is. Certainly I don't think it has as much like punch, so like I said, maybe it's a me problem. Maybe I just need to watch some gouache tutorials or something and get some insight on why I'm not getting the results I want to get. Okay, Internet, I feel all of those for sure. I feel like with the emote collages you like to make, you must be a collage artist. You must be the kind of person that at some point in your life bought a lot of magazines so you could cut out people's heads and glue them on other people's bodies and that kind of thing. May I call you affectionately Ching? I don't know. Okay, we said we were gonna focus on speed. I gotta start doing the things that I'm saying I'm gonna be doing. I'm my brain is mush today. I don't know what's wrong with me. And I feel like I say that a lot. I know people talk about like streamer brain being a thing, that like the minute you press live, like 90% of your brain cells just go to sleep in there or something. But I think there's truth to it. I don't know. I feel like I say things and I'm like, I gotta do this, I gotta focus on this, and then I just immediately start doing something else. Been out here dropping brushes, fumbling our words. We're a mess. We're an absolute mess. Like, see, I put a splotch of this orange that I mixed here, and then I just forgot that was even a thing I was doing. I think another problem I'm having is I'm not cleaning my brush often enough. Which I mentioned yesterday as a problem as well. So, yesterday, 2 days ago, when I was streaming, as a problem. I keep saying yesterday because I was going to stream yesterday and then I didn't. I loaded up my computer and then I just ended up watching art streams all day instead of streaming myself. But that's just what I wanted to be doing. Interesting collage. You do multiples of stuff. You actually made an art piece in uni with clocks ticking using a carefully calculated soundboard to amplify the ticks, which all slowly get out of phase into various rhythms. Was fun till someone broke it. Honestly, that sounds pretty sweet. I personally have never done a lot of like multimedia pieces, but I've always really liked them whenever I've gone to galleries and people have been doing stuff like that. I find them very interesting and very engaging. Plus, who doesn't love the ticking of clocks? If anyone wonders why I keep occasionally dipping my brush in this pot, it's just got some linseed oil in there. These are water mixable oils, so you can thin them with either water or linseed oil. But the linseed oil maintains an oil-like texture a lot better than the water does. If you thin them with water, they get really tacky. You didn't learn a lot in uni, but I did it for the bit of paper. Well, I'm proud of you because I also didn't learn a lot of uni and I quit before I got the bit of paper. I lasted about 2 years of my 4-year degree before I was like, you know what? This really just ain't for me. I was taking fine art in university and I wasn't learning much technique, and it was just taking time and inspiration away from me to be making art. And honestly, it kind of ruined making art for me. I find my linseed oil yellows your colors, or is that a slow thing that takes a lot of years? I haven't had any issues with it. I'm not sure if in oil paintings the linseed oil is the problem that causes yellowing over the ages, or if it's usually the varnish you put over top of the painting at the end. But I've never noticed a problem with it. If you were painting something that was like extremely white and pale, maybe, but you can see the like, this is the linseed oil I use. It's not very colored. It's pretty clear. And I haven't noticed it getting darker over time or anything. But honestly, like, I'm kind of a person who likes the aesthetic of paintings that have like kind of yellowed a little over the years. I think because of our love of like Renaissance paintings and stuff, we see paintings that have a like yellow haze over them, and honestly it like kind of contributes to a like masterful look in our mind's eye, even though that's not how they would have looked when they were painted. A lot of my recent paintings I've put like what's it called, glazes over, and most of the glazes I've put over have been in like a warm yellow, like sepia, in the hopes to make the painting like a like warmer, antiquier looking vibe. So if it does do that to my paints, I wouldn't really be mad about it. So, but yeah, surely, if you used the water mixable oils and you just used water, I think you definitely wouldn't have that problem. But it's not really. You can't really get away. Maybe painting Alla Prima, you could get away with just using water to thin your paints, but you wouldn't probably have a very good time because, like I said, when you use the water instead of the mediums, they feel really strange. The water mixable ones just get strange and tacky. But obviously that's not an issue if you just use traditional oils and use like a solvent or something instead. Okay, we gotta mix up more of this black color. More red in this because I think I'm going to leave it a little darker, but I still want it to be in the purple zone. But I am going to add just a little bit of white in there because like I said, I'm trying to not have full contrast on this. I'm trying to have the base tone not be black. I'm not sure we'll have the look that I'm hoping it will look in the end, but we shall see. Looks all right to me. I am afraid to add the black lines to the lanterns. So I'm gonna save that till the very end. And maybe I'll chicken out of committing to the Alla Prima and put those lines in after they dry. But we'll see. Oh, sounds like Goldie is home. I also don't know if I should be blending this now or if I should wait until I get like a lot more of the color base down and then start blending. Really just don't know what I'm doing with oils very much. It's all kind of a strange experiment. You attacked an old painting that I no longer like to see how removable varnish really is. You ended up scrubbing it pretty brutally with a cloth soaked in white spirits and it did nothing to the paint. That's impressive. I mean, you watch those like gallery videos where they're like doing paint restorations and they do it like really carefully with a like Q-tip or whatever, but it has to be pretty like resistant to it or they wouldn't be risking it, right? So hello, sweetie, welcome home.
Hello.
Sleepy. I started stream very late because I slept like all morning.
Oh, okay.
And all afternoon too.
Lucky.
So we're just I'm trying to do this one fast. I don't know how it's gonna go. We're like an hour and 20 minutes.
Oh, okay.
In.
Yeah, you did start.
So it's certainly going faster than it would have been going if I was doing this in acrylics.
You're doing well.
Yeah.
Nice.
How was your day at work?
Long. It was good. The market was fun and all, but very long. And I don't feel so good.
No, you're
No.
picky.
Yeah, and daylight savings time really hit me
Screwed
hard
you up.
this year. Yeah, so.
God damn that daylight saving time.
Yeah, it's the ruin of us all.
All right, well.
So I'm probably gonna eat something and then lie down for a bit.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
You need anything, come get me.
Let you know.
So the ratio of this board to the like reference picture that I'm using is off, so this guy, technically I think he should have been a little more to the left anyway, but I'm missing a like very large black swath in here. I think I made these guys too big as well, but I don't really care. We're not here to fix that. Oh, hey, Mound of Meat. Very nice dragon worm. You could kind of try and cut them a little bit smaller. Just a little bit. Because, yeah, they should be smaller than the one on the left. The larger size BBC gives it a B animated look. It's again more weaker thans. This playlist is like 90% weaker thans. I'm not complaining. It's a little bit better. Something visceral voicing V. Don't know that I know what you're talking about, Mound of Meat. Okay. Cut those down a little bit. Just out of sheer curiosity, I am going to just take a fan brush to a couple spots in here and see kind of a blending we get involved. And if I want to be blending this early in the game, or if it's the kind of thing I should be saving. Oh, hey, gals. I'm on the oil painting train with you right now. Potentially struggling a bit. Juicy, eh? Take that as a compliment. We said we were gonna try a bit of blending, so we'll see how that goes. Just picked up a bunch of paint from Marketplace for a great price. Really? That is lucky. I'm using my water mixable oils, which I only have a limited palette of. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got 8 colors. Which is fine. Like, I think I can do most things with that. But I do have a larger collection of like normal oil paints, but they're at my parents' house. So at some point I'm gonna have to go visit them and gather those from them and bring them back, because it would be nice to have some just a wider variety of colors to be choosing from. It's a little annoying to have to mix greens and stuff. But yeah, a limited palette is good. It kind of forces me to like do a bit more of the work myself. Mound of Meat. The larger size makes it look. Oh god, I can't speak today at all. I don't know what's wrong with me. The larger size makes it look animated. Something was wrong with your phone. Sorry. That makes a lot more sense than the BBC gives it a B. But yeah, the oil painting I did 2 days ago, I think I was happy with the results of. I'm not very good at this Alla Prima wet on wet situation, but I was happy with how the last one turned out, which is, for me, saying something. So I'm trying it again. Can we strike gold twice? Probably not. But the real problem is just like your arm gets so damn tired. So hard to be precise when you're like floating above everything. Ambiguous choice of emote. Very daunting. That loading around the outside gives the impression that something's coming. We do need sticks, absolutely. I think I've got a bit better of a setup than you do because my easel is on a desktop. So I can at least, when I get desperate, here I'll zoom out so you can see, this is my setup. So I can at least like put my elbow on the desk to rest it. But that doesn't help with the wrist, so I end up doing like this, where I like hold my own wrist as a like support. So it's not ideal, but it is better than just being on a like freestanding easel like you are. But yeah, I think a maul stick would be a game changer. You and Kels need to hit the gym, work out the painting arm legitimately, actually. Like, I gotta like just start holding things like this, heavy things up in the air until my arm can take it. Used a ball of kitchen roll over a long brush wrapped in elastic. It worked for sign writing. Interesting. Kitchen roll over a long brush. You could do that, but it'd be pretty tall. Did like 10 push-ups last week. Honestly, that's so impressive to me. I'm good at some physical stuff, but I have literally in my life never been able to do push-ups. I think the fittest I've been able to do like one. Push-ups are just one of those things that I am not capable of doing. I should probably like train that because I'm sure it'd probably help me in some way, but and I can't do the push-ups, man. I can do sit-ups for days, but push-ups, not a one. You're just trying to make sense of those pencils up there defying physics. The camera angle makes it look more like they're falling down than they are. Although they are, I should have them angled slightly more. There's a like lip on the shelf that you can see right here. So all of the containers that they're in are like angled just like slightly upwards. But sometimes I like slam one of these with a cord or something and they all fall out all over the floor and I have to pick them all up. And there's like a radiator behind my desk back there, and so when they fall back there, sometimes it's like it's not worth picking them up. They live back there now. And yes, I've got the kitchen paper as my. I had a cloth that I was using, and I don't know if I like accidentally threw it out or what I did with it. Usually I would lay it somewhere to dry out, but I couldn't find it when I was about to start stream, so I had to switch to the just kitchen paper. Paper towel, I guess I would call it. It's too big for your desk. You don't have a muscle emote? Mound of meat, you should find a meaty muscle emote. Hey, you know what? Maybe when I reach affiliate, I can make you a muscle emote. Make you a muscly, meaty emote. Oh, Outinet's got the muscle emote. When's affiliate? We're working on it, okay? We're like just a couple streams of having enough viewers and like 3 follows away. Patience, my friend, patience. You're just trying to sign me up for a bunch of work I'm gonna have to do. The minute I get affiliate, I'm gonna have to get the. I don't even know if my digital tablet works anymore. I have a like Huion drawing tablet for my computer somewhere, and I'll have to fish it out and make sure it still functions and start doing digital art again to make emotes. So you're asking a lot. So you're gonna have to be patient. Okay, actually kind of glad we decided to do some blending. to gigantify. No gigantifies for you. Not until you learn patience. I'm not sure if I should be trying to add... I should make sure I'm happy with the background before I start adding in the little twiggy guys. Because I won't be able to mess with the background once I start putting those in. So I should probably switch my gear back to paying attention to the background. Once we're happy with the background, we should put in those little spots, blur them out a little bit, and then focus in on this actual tree stuff. Okay, let me think for a second. Just gotta squint at this and decide. I need this area here to be brought a little bit whiter. Same within here. Because I feel like in right here is the darkest. I think I went too dark in here. So I gotta pull that back. Doesn't need like a ton, but I said I was going low contrast, so I have to try and commit to the things I say that I'm doing. Commit, commit, commit. So it gets a lot more red near the lights. So I should probably mix up a color to kind of get that in there as well. Still finding it hard not being stingy with the paints. So a lot of this kind of more magenta-y purple color in the trees. Try and glob some of that in there. while I see it.
Tea?
Sure, please. Thank you. Ooh, I haven't listened to the War on Drugs in a while. Okay, where does this... This doesn't go up like that. What does it actually do? It comes up, and then it goes nowhere, really. It just kind of breaks off into that tree. And you never see it again. It is feels. It's such a vibe. It's got that, like, I don't know, you're hanging out with your friends at night, having the time of your life sensation. It's got, like, summer nighttime driving energy to me. Thank you very much.
It made you the big tea.
Yippee! You're very sweet indeed. It's really hard to try and be less literal painting with oils.
What do you mean literal?
Like, I'm trying to be, like, looser and not paint in, like, a photorealistic way, and more of a, like, general vibe way. And see, like, swatches of color like this, that it's, like, that has a, like, magenta-y purple tone to it, and commit to, like, a more magenta-y purple tone than it actually is, and just, like, kind of swash it over, like, large areas and be like, yeah, that's the vibe.
I see.
Instead of being like, no, this is the exact shape that that thing is and the exact color that that thing is, and, like, sit with a tiny brush and, like, lay every little facet of it out in detail.
Are you doing this as a stylistic choice or as a, like, efficiency thing? Like, it's just faster to not make it exact.
It's kind of both. I think, like, I've peaked in a way with the, like, the skill I can gain from continuing to just do photorealistic studies in acrylic.
Okay.
So doing this kind of thing to me, it, like, one, makes me work more generally, and try and push in the direction of, like, making artistic decisions instead of just being a photocopier. But also, you've seen how long it can take me to do, like, an acrylic study. It can end up being, like, 4, like, 6-hour sessions for just, like, a little piece. And I'd like to be able to do things like this where I can sit for, like, maybe 4 or 5 hours and be done with it at the end.
Right.
And realistically, I could do, like, a layered oil painting in the same way I do acrylics and get, like, more in there and nitty gritty with it, but it just doesn't, like, feel the same with the different medium. So
I mean, the one you did yesterday didn't take that long, right?
no, it was about 5 hours.
Okay.
And I was pretty happy with how it turned out, but I don't know how I'll feel about this when it's done, because it's I don't know, a little there's less a lot of the painting, or not yesterday, 2 days ago, the painting I did 2 days ago was a lot more, a lot of the image was blurred out, but the face of the fox had, like, good strong detail, so focusing in on, like, just that detail made the whole thing look more, like, realistic in the end.
Okay.
Whereas I don't have a lot in this in terms of, like, gritty little details that I think will bring it to, like, a level of, like, realism, which is what I usually am, like, trying to go for. Like, I'm certainly not trying to push my art in the, like, land of the impressionist where it, like, lacks any realism, but I also don't want it to be, like, just a copy of the photo. So there's just, like, a weird gray area of trying to figure out what that means for, like, stylistically what I'm going for, like, methodology, like, how I lay the paint down, what's gonna work or not.
Yeah, this is an interesting choice for you in terms of reference. Like, usually you have, like, a definitive subject matter.
Yeah, like an apple on a plate or an animal or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out, like, what my method with oils is, because it seems like there's a lot of ways I could be doing it, and I don't actually know what feels right yet, so. we'll see how it goes. Alla Prima is great to deter you from getting lost in the details. Yeah, you kind of don't have a choice, right? Like you can't. I like the skulls. Yeah. But yeah, the fact that it's wet also means like I can't, like I physically can't get in there to do details because like anything you lay down, you're laying down on wet stuff and it picks up everything around it. So like if I want to do a tiny specific stroke, you can't really just like put it there because it'll like pull paint from around it and stuff. So you have to have bigger, broader strokes, and it's just very not the way you paint with acrylics. Right. And so it's not like I've never painted with oils before. Like I used to paint with oils a fair amount in high school, but like
my understanding was you used acrylics just mostly for like ease and access. Like it's an accessible medium.
Yeah, I think that's how I felt about them back then. And now that I've been doing acrylics for that reason for so long, I've just garnered like a relationship with them that's so like I know what my like method is. Right. And so I don't have to think too hard about what I'm doing. Whereas with this, I keep thinking like I'm gonna try something and I might fuck everything up by trying it. Right. Like yesterday, I keep saying yesterday, 2 days ago when I streamed that fox painting, I pulled this guy out and was like, I don't know, wonder what'll happen if I just kind of like try and blend some stuff. And it worked like unreasonably well. And if I hadn't just like risked wrecking it by like getting this out and trying it, then like I probably would have struggled to get the like dreaminess of that painting. But I just don't have the like background of like knowledge on this that I do on acrylics. So I don't know. It's a fun experiment.
Yeah.
Disturbed you are. Those teeth are gross, Kel.
Ew.
I love Kel's little like hand emote. For you, a burger.
Kels, we watch you all the time.
Yeah.
Puts you on all the time when we're on the couch.
He's not exaggerating.
You have good taste in music.
Yeah, that's part of why your streams always get prioritized over other streams when you're live, is because I know you'll deliver on the good tunes. You want that burger. Honestly, I could go for a burger for dinner. I haven't had a burger in a while.
Yeah, me neither.
Plus, Kel's community is just really nice. Your chat is always good. Oh, your new air fryer just arrived? Have you cooked anything yet? Have you figured out how to cook soup in an air fryer yet? I don't know. We had access to an air fryer when we lived briefly. After we sold our house, we had to live briefly with my parents before we got this apartment, just because we were moving from PEI to Ottawa, so it was a long way to like just find an apartment from that distance. So we lived with them for a while while we were figuring it out, and they have an air fryer. And I think the only thing we ever really used it for was like reheating leftovers and like making like pre-made like frozen cauliflower bites.
Yeah. And fries every once in a while.
Fried soup.
We have a friend who's obsessed with making hard-boiled eggs in their...
Oh yeah, Laura makes hard-boiled eggs in her air fryer. I didn't, like, she literally was like, I love my air fryer, I use it for my eggs, and I'm like, what do you mean you use it for your eggs? And she was like, I put them whole in there and I make hard-boiled eggs by frying them in the air fryer. And I thought she was kidding because it just sounds like an insane thing to do. But she said they turn out better than boiled. So give it a try. Put some eggs in the air fryer and see what happens.
The whole dozen. Do them all at once.
It's a nacho machine. Honestly, that's a good use for it. Nachos would be good. I used my parents to reheat like leftover pizza all the time, and it was great for that. Not that I don't like cold pizza, but... And there was something else. Oh, you know, I make one meal in my parents' air fryer, which is like genuinely a pathetic meal, but is like one of my favorite meals. And that's that I take a like vegan Impossible meat burger, like just a burger patty, and I put it in the air fryer until it's cooked, and then I put like a mixture of ketchup, mustard, and brown sugar on top of it as a sauce and then put it back in the air fryer until that like bubbles up and gets all sticky, and then I eat it like I'm pretending it's a meatloaf. And it sounds ratchet as all hell, but
Yeah, and
it honestly goes hard.
Doesn't even qualify as a poverty meal because like those patties are like $7.
So expensive, yeah. I mean, I could never warrant it on my dime, but on my parents' dime, if my mom's buying the burgers, then
Oh hell,
I'm going ham on the
good tonight.
on the air fryer meatloaf burger. That sounds scary. Feed the cat with a chicken breast, 30 minutes. It's nice enough to eat. Get the shrimp from Kit's Kitchen across the road. Shrimp, eh? Even before we stopped eating meat, I was never a shrimp stan. You could not convince me to eat shrimp. There's sea bugs in my eyes.
Yeah, shrimps is bugs.
They is bugs though. I also just never really liked the flavor of them. I don't know, they weren't for me. I liked other seafood a lot, but shrimps? Could not do shrimps. That's bugs. Don't eat that, Kels. That's bugs.
Alright, I'm gonna go be sick in the kitchen, bro.
I hope you mean like have a cold in the kitchen and not throw up in the sink.
The former, not the latter.
You eat bugs, so sea bugs are good in your book. You eat bugs, Mound of Meat? What kind of bugs are you eating? You one of those people who does the like cricket flour? Or are you talking like you find a spider on the ground and you think it's snack time? Honestly, like, I wish I could convince myself to eat bugs, because, like, I'm not that, like, morally opposed to eating bugs. Like, I feel guilty when I eat a like, animal. But I just think it's icky, though. I can't remove the icky from my mind. So these guys know Dad's 90 and blind, and I've had to disconnect the kitchen to stop him trying to use it. Oh, man. I, can kind of relate to, having, just some elderly people in my life that need a bit more babysitting than, you think they do sometimes. My grandmother lived with us for a year in PEI when we were living out there. And she's back living with my mom again now. And she's pretty self-sufficient, but she just like, sometimes you see her doing stuff and you're like, you know what? We're not gonna allow you to cook anymore. Chewing a stink bug is unforgettable. Okay, out of net. Please tell me you didn't actually chew a stink bug. That sounds like a literal nightmare. They sell chocolate-covered ants and grasshoppers. Your friend gave you $20 to try them, and they became a favorite snack. Okay, that's not that crazy. Especially if they're chocolate-covered, then it's, like, not that insane. Like, I know you can buy that, like, cricket flour and make, like, cricket cookies and stuff, and apparently it doesn't taste like anything weird at all. It's the act of getting a whole bug just, like, loose off the floor and eating it that seems crazy to me. The latest episode of Severance was filmed in PEI. Oh, really? I haven't watched Severance, even though I've heard, like, a ton of people raving about it. Is it, what service is it on? Is it something I should be adding to my list? Because we are sorely in need of a show to be watching that isn't garbage reality TV. And it would be fun to see, PEI is pretty small, so it's filmed there. I'm going to recognize exactly where they filmed it, so, which is always fun. You all think I'm a nutter, don't you? I don't know, you might be a nutter. Bugs have parasites, so you're good. Severance Week in Kel's Discord? I'd be down. MILF Island is an intelligent show. I haven't done that one. I have not watched MILF Island. If that's a real show, that is not one of the poor reality TV shows that is on my current roster. I watch trash like The Bachelor and Survivor more than I probably should. Like Hell's Kitchen and stuff. It's just so easy and you don't have to think about what you're committing to put on. Trying to make a kind of warm tone here to put right around the outside of the lanterns. I'm gonna have to get some more yellow down though. I've depleted my yellow resources. And I think it needs to be yellower than that. Severance is good. You've watched the first season 3 times, so it's got to be good then. That's quite a commitment, 3 times. All right, I'll add it to my list. The next time we're sitting around and we're like, you know what, I can't watch another episode of Malcolm in the Middle. I'm putting on Severance. Tried to get on Big Brother before? Like, you auditioned to get on Big Brother? You should keep auditioning. I think that'd be so fun to watch you on a season of Big Brother. You'd probably skyrocket your Twitch career too. Used to be a fan of the cooking shows, but he's just as charming off camera as he is on camera. Oh, Ramsey. Ramsey has a house near me. You've met him a few times? That's kind of fun. He certainly seems like he's not as much of a, like, meanie in real life as he plays on those shows.
Yeah, I think he really, like, paints it on thick for the show.
Mm-hmm. I've heard, too, that, like, the American shows, he's worse for it than he is on, like, any of the UK shows. Because it doesn't sell as well with a UK audience as it does with an American audience.
Those raw chicken and fish ain't gonna slap themselves.
Literally, the only reason we watch that show is for him to get mad enough that he slaps a steak and it just explodes
So
into
good.
dust.
So unnecessary. Like.
So Wind Up Merchant is back in the hotel days when the Starstruck thing became normal. Yes, no, maybe, I don't know. Can you repeat the question? So me and Goldie, we have a, like, Discord with our friends that we call the Best of Besties. And every month we do a, like, themed night where we pick a, like, list of some kind and everybody has to present their list to the group. And last month's list was our favorite TV show opening theme songs. And that Malcolm in the Middle song came up a lot.
Yeah. I don't know if it was on anyone's list, but it was definitely an
multiple honorable
mention.
mentions, yeah. A ton of people had it in their, like, tier lists, so. Go on, Big Brother as dad. He sent in an audition tape and got a response from the producers, but never made it further. Damn. It's because you're too down to earth and normal. You're not zany enough for them. They only pick, like, literal crazies to go on those kinds of shows.
They want sick and twisted individuals.
Honestly, I feel like if you get cast, it's a statement of, like, maybe I should, like, do some inner thought work. Figure out why they think I'm crazy enough to put me on reality TV. It's almost Cyberman OUD? Ode? If you're a Doctor Who fan that's filmed here too, you're a big meh about it myself. I never got into Doctor Who. I had some friends that were very into it, but I never went down the path. I've seen like a handful of episodes probably, but just couldn't get into it. You were worse back then. I drank too much whiskey before the interview at the casting call because it was sponsored by Jack Daniels. Honestly, I don't blame you. Free whiskey? Come on. Whiskey make you frisky. Would have been probably embarrassing if you went on. Yeah, I would not trust myself to be on a reality TV show. I always like watch stuff like Survivor or whatever, and you see people say stuff that like you just know they're about to get publicly canceled for, and it's like, how do you not know that like the things you're saying are gonna come back to haunt you? But it must be really hard in the moment not to like just be yourself and speak your mind, and I'm sure I would say something stupid that I would deeply regret. Which I guess is entirely possible on Twitch as well, but you guys won't tell anyone, right? Right? Rum make you dumb, gin make you sin. Tequila makes your clothes fall off. To be fair, me and Goldie probably would not be together today if it weren't for tequila.
That's right.
We made out on a couch because we both did some tequila shots.
It's the foundation of this entire relationship.
That's right, tequila shots. At a party that neither of us should have been at. And that was almost 15 years ago.
God, don't say that.
It'll be 15 years in May. We're getting old. You say stupid shit in chat that would end a career. Yeah. Twitch is a safe space. Taco Tuesdays. I think after you guys talk about those nachos, I think I'm gonna make nachos for dinner now. Bought stuff for nachos the other day and haven't used it up yet, so it'll be nacho night.
I'm fully behind you on this decision.
No nachos for you. Just kidding, you can have as many nachos as you want.
Wow, once a week? That's a high nacho ratio.
Do nachos at least once a week, interesting. I don't do nachos that often.
If they were monthly.
Yeah, like a monthly nacho night.
Yeah.
I think on the whole, I'm a taco over nacho person. Like if I have the option, I'd rather have the tacos. But nachos are kind of lower effort for a larger amount of food. Okay, let's blend this mess of a background we've worked together out and then see if we're happy enough with it that we can get in on these trees.
I'm glad you're blocking the camera's view of me because I'm not being graceful at the table.
Look at him. He's got noodles back there.
Don't do it.
Spy his noodle mess.
Going full on Mars devouring his son.
You gotta stop yourself from nachos because you'll eat them 2 days in a row. What's wrong with that? That's just good fridge management.
That's just a good math.
Burrito over taco? I think I like taco over burrito too.
I used to be burrito over taco. and then something changed.
I like a taco pocket, which has like a crunchy shell in it. It's basically a burrito with a like taco crunch inside.
That's basically it. I can't live without the like crunch texture.
I like the crunch. Yeah. Sometimes when I get a burrito, I'll get nachos on the side and I'll stuff them like in the burrito every bite that I take, and then
That's pretty good.
it's pretty tempting.
Yeah.
But so much crunch, so much satisfaction. Airflow is a consideration, but then I just start mansplaining about laminar airflow eddy currents due to thermal expansion and density. Go ahead. Monologue all you want out in it. Scared for the day that nachos lose their appeal? I don't know that they'll lose their appeal.
Had a couple like meals lose their appeal over time.
You guys are getting pointed at the ceiling for a moment. I have to take my Invisalign trays out so I can drink this tea, and I don't want you to watch me put my fingers in my mouth with oil paint on my hands like a heathen. The good news is that none of my pigments are poisonous ones. So you say put it back up. I'm still blocking you. No, I'm not.
Noodles.
Don't take this the wrong way. You enjoy the girth of a burrito. I kind of get that. I think, like, part of why I like taco pockets is because they're like burritos, but they get pressed thinner. So, like, you don't have to open your mouth as wide to, like, get your bite in.
Tacos also have, like, a critical failure where there's no way to not make a mess with them. Like, the taco shell always splits in a way that it just gets everywhere.
That's
and,
true.
like, you can't just, like, go through the whole thing without it, like, just being all over your hands. Or,
yeah, I can eat a burrito without ending up a, like, mess.
exactly.
It's like a taco, like, you need a plate underneath you, and, like, at the end of the tacos, you're going to be eating a weird salad of the things that fell out of your tacos. And some of us might go back and add things to that salad and then just eat, like, a pile of miscellaneous nacho fillings with a spoon afterwards.
Some freaks would.
That's true. The bite-sized ability of a nacho is very, very appealing. Ah!
My issue with nachos is just, like, overall coverage. Like, the nachos at the bottom of the pile just don't get as much on them. You always end up with, like, a couple shitty nachos.
I feel like if they're homemade, you can kind of, like...
Yeah.
You can work to rectify that.
That's true.
But I think that's very true of, like, restaurant nachos.
Yeah, that's a skill issue.
You're not making them right, absolutely.
That's fair.
Honestly, the biggest problem with making nachos is that, like, they're not really good unless you kind of, like, have a fair amount of shredded cheese involved. And cheese is just so goddamn expensive now. Like, stupid expensive. So, like, you can get away in, like, a taco with, like, a low or no amount of cheese, and it's still pretty damn good. But I find with nachos, like, you really need the, cheese. But then I've never tried going ham on, like, other sauces. Like, maybe if I just went, like, crazy with sour cream or, like, guacamole or something, I wouldn't miss the cheese as much. Yeah, restaurant nachos, to me, it's always a, like, you're at a restaurant. Like, you're gonna pay somebody to assemble nachos for you?
It's always on the, like, shareable part of the menu as well. And so you end up paying, like, 18 or 19 bucks.
I'm gonna be real, I'm not that pleased with how this is blending right now for me. What I should be trying to do is painting, like, other oil painters who, like, mix individual colors for each little spot and segregate them to that spot instead of trying to, like, mix and blend on canvas. But it's just not, it just doesn't feel right to me. I don't know. I can't do it. too indecisive for that. Screw restaurant nachos. For real. Outlaw restaurant nachos. Plus, like, you order restaurant nachos and they're like, oh, and they come with salsa for dipping. And then they bring one of those, like, crappy little, like, plastic containers of salsa out to you that's, like, 2 tablespoons of salsa and this plate of, like, chips. And it's like, okay, motherfucker, like, you gotta get me some more sauce out here right now.
You just triggered me. So, Chad, I work at a brewery, and we don't have, like, much of a food menu. We just have, like, kind of shitty little snacks, and one of which is pita chips with salsa. And I always go like overboard on the salsa because I have that exact issue. And people always never finish their salsa.
Really?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
They like completely waste their salsa. And I'm like, that's the gold. Like that's the like
that's crazy. When we go out and salsa comes with anything, we annihilate the salsa.
Yeah, exactly.
So okay, so we're the problem is what you're saying?
I think so. I think we're just gluttons for
we're salsa gluttons. Damn. All right. I take it all back. That sucks. I guess I should, like, as a penance to society, bring my own salsa with me wherever I go now.
Just a pocket full of salsa.
To rarely go out to eat. I only order stuff I can't make at home, but now with the air fryer, you can make it all. No more going out to eat. You're homebound forever now. We also, like... Historically, we've gone out to eat a lot, but in recent times, we, because of how just damn expensive things have gotten, we have reined it in. We very rarely go out to eat now, too. So I can't imagine, like, going out to dinner and wasting it on nachos.
Yeah. There's nothing more disappointing than spending $40 on dinner and it, like, being a 5 out of 10.
They come with the round Tostitos. Are you kidding me? Couple of saucies.
Yeah, I need my nachos to have angles. If they don't have angles, I'm sending them back.
I also like, I don't know about you guys, but I'm a corn chip person. I'm not as big on the, like, Tostitos, flour-based ones. I like the corn-based ones that you get, like, when you go to the movie theater, when you get the, like, nachos and cheese dip at the movie theater. I gotta have the corn-based ones. I'll eat the other ones, but I think they're worse than the corn-based ones, personally.
You know how there's those, like, red and black nachos?
Yes.
I remember being a kid and going out for food at a restaurant and ordering nachos and then bringing it. They were, like, oven-baked. And they came out and they were, like, sizzling hot. And the server put them down in front of me, and I was, like, probably 8 years old. And was like, careful, these are super hot. And I thought the chips were red and black because they were, like, so hot they had turned red. And the black ones that, like, burnt because they got so hot. And I was sitting there waiting for them to, like, turn back to normal. They didn't.
How old were you?
I was like 8. That's stupid.
They're red hot. That's so funny. That's prime kid shit.
Mm-hmm.
Glowing like a coal. Can you imagine? It'd be inedible.
Yeah, seriously.
You love to cook, always have, but you enjoy food made by experts. Even just the local diner owner makes good eggs. Yeah, sometimes it's just nice for the, like, activity too. I think, like, half the time I'm not even in it for, like, a better meal than we could make, because we both really like cooking and, like, we make really good meals at home. But sometimes I just want to, like, not wear pajamas and go out and sit in public somewhere for a couple hours.
Yeah.
And, like, going out to dinner just, like, fills that void. It just, like, the cost of living has gone up so much that it ceased being, like, worth it.
Yeah, I, like, microdose that feeling with coffee shops now.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. I'm not happy with the background, but we're leaving it alone. We're gonna start figuring these trees out. Good and proper this time. What that means, I don't know. Can I commit to doing any of it with a brush that isn't the tiniest brush I own? No, I cannot. I guess before I start, I do want to see. I put a orange-red underpainting under this in the hopes that for like some of these sticks, I could just use a palette knife and scrape them on in there. We'll see if that works. Try it now, and if it doesn't, then at least I can recover it up easily before we move on. Sure, you. It's a little too red. If I like feel about this. What do I feel about this as a technique? You know, I don't like it. It was fun to do whiskers and stuff on the fox the other day that way, but for this, I don't like it. I do not like it. We're not doing it. You can't make me do it. Don't have many restaurants in town, and the sushi one already made you sick, so your options are limited. That's literally the worst. You, must live in a place like where we lived in PEI, because when we were in PEI, we had, like, just a handful of restaurants in town, and you'd go out to a bunch of them and learn very quickly that none of them were worth it. Although in Summerside, we did have a sushi shop that we miss dearly now that we're not there. But now that we're in Ottawa, we're like spoiled for choice with restaurants, but it just like, it's just not worth it to go out experimenting. A little too far from the coast to do sushi. Yeah, that's true. I guess you're somewhere in the middle, right? Where are you, in Winnipeg or something? I think you're in a prairie-ish land, aren't you? Because yeah, that's a long way for fish to be traveling. Last time I went to dinner at a posh restaurant, it was a date with someone from work. I hadn't entered my license plate in their iPad on the door, so you got charged $70 for parking? Jesus Christ. It's a business scam here. Anyways, you mentioned it to the friend who then explained why she wouldn't pay half and hung up. Didn't ask or expect. It was just a chat. Yeesh. That's a rough one out, Annette. That's pretty brutal. I'm sorry that you had that happen. That stuff should be criminal. Still BC, but not near the ocean. Okay, so you're not in the prairies. You're on the west side. I have no concept of how big BC is. Like, I'd be interested to know, like, the border of BC and Alberta, like how far from the east coast in that would be. Would it be like at New Brunswick, or would it be at like Quebec? Would you make it all the way to Ontario? Canada's size is so strange and huge that it's hard to fathom that stuff. Also got killed by a chainsaw. Who got killed? The friend got killed by a chainsaw? That's crazy. That's a horrible sounding way to go. Killed by a chainsaw. Ran out of air at 100 feet. And that black ice over the mountains on the motorbike. Surprised you're still alive. Oh, no, what are you doing? What are you doing out there? Don't do any of that. Stop it. You stop that. Anything's possible in this crazy world. I guess technically you could get, like, so injured by a chainsaw that you, like, die on the, like, operating table, but then they revive you, and then maybe you could have it happen again. It's possible. probable, I'd say not, but I don't recommend trying it. What is this, Modest Mouse? Yeah, Modest Mouse. It's been a strange playlist today. I don't know that I personally would have put City and Color and Modest Mouse on the same playlist, but... Oh, I stopped. Just wipe a couple of asses these days. I don't know if that sounds better. But I'm glad you stopped. Sounded a little crazy. Sounded like you were being a little crazy. I guess you got all your crazy out of your system. Hopefully one is your own. Can you imagine you like work wiping asses and you just, it's like the carpenter who like works all day on carpentry and they come home so their like house is a mess and they don't fix anything there. That you like wipe other people's asses all day and you come home and take a poo and you're just like, I can't do another one. I just can't. I'm just leaving it.
Don't put me back in.
Not my favorite, but it's probably a little body dysmorphia. Others have other options. Holiday for ass wipes. I'm hoping that this painting will really start to come alive when I start putting the little branches and stuff in. Because right now it's just not looking like much. Ooh, what do we have here? A raid? Oh, hey, Busker Hikes. Thank you for the raid. If you have some links you'd like to throw in the chat, please throw them in the chat. I am fairly sure that I changed the setting that I had that was preventing people from posting links. So you can test it out for me, and if I'm a liar, then I am sorry, but... What were you up to, Busker Hikes? How did your stream go? Stream went well, ended early though, headache. Oh no! Not a headache. Alright. Let's move you guys over here, and then... Well, it posted, good. So that did work then. That's very good news. Yeah. Where did Streamlabs go? You come here. Aha! Is this what you're working on, or is this just something from recent? Well, you did this last week, and you're pretty proud of the loop. It's cute. I have no concept of how to work digital stuff into animations. That's something that I'm gonna have to learn when I reach affiliate and get an emote situation happening. So to me, this is very impressive. I also just think he's a cutie. Let's see what else you got on your Instagram. Oh, we're not following you. Slam that follow. Oh, you don't have much. You don't have much at all. How long ago are these from? Okay, so you just started going with your Instagram then, I assume. It's nice to see somebody else needle felting. These are all very cute. I haven't needle felted in a while, but I used to be pretty into needle felting. But I look forward, if by the looks of it, if you just started posting stuff, I look forward to seeing what's coming from you. I know I am upside down in my I don't know why I'm upside down in my monitor when I switch to the monitor. Pretty proud of the loop. How are you? It's the first time watching you. Yeah, well, welcome in. I'm good. I haven't managed to catch one of your streams yet. I saw that you were on the other day or night or something after I followed you. But I was running out, so I didn't have time to pop in. But yeah, Kels, you've been dabbling in the animation and the digital art world as well, so that'll be a journey we'll probably be going on together. Oh, you were felting today. You made butterfly coasters. That's really fun. You can do that, but you also received a pixel art program today, too. Ooh, pixel art sounds fun. Kind of easy when you realize that animation is literally just pictures. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Like, as long as all I had to do was, like, just make the same picture slightly changed a bunch of times, I feel like it can't be that complicated. Can't rotate like Kells. Yeah, that's true. I don't have that ability unlocked for me to go spinning through the void like Kells does. Post more on Kara, and you're guilty of deleting things, but you do animations weekly and post carousels monthly. Cool. You made that guy. That's about it. He's a good guy. I watch a lot of like EDM like DJ streams when I'm playing video games. I put them on Twitch as my like music in the background, and I always spam that little mushroom guy in chat. It's not one of yours. Where'd you get that mound of meat? That's lewd. Get that lewd pumpkin out of here. The best animation is the best approach to reels, to be honest. The way I learned to animate was to break most of the conventions. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's kind of an ongoing theme with the art community on Twitch, is that we're here in an unconventional place and all of us approach our art in kind of like non-traditional, unconventional ways and make it work. I think a lot of us have been burned by the like society of art and people who believe that like you have to do things a certain way or follow like a certain like Renaissance practice for you to be considered good at what you're doing. But I think a lot of us at the end of the day are here because we enjoy doing it and it's fun for us. So we kind of just do what feels right, and sometimes it works out for us and sometimes it doesn't. Today it's like, I don't know. Is it working out? I don't know. Oh, Silent Speaker is raiding now too. 2 raids in a row, you guys. Oh, you guys. Silent Speaker, okay, right. Every time Silent Speaker raids in, we're supposed to be quiet, but I'm sorry, I'm not being quiet right now. I'm not whispering to you guys. You guys can whisper in chat. You guys can figure out how to whisper in chat. How did your stream go? Were you working on the owl again today? I popped in earlier for just a minute before I started stream, and I think you were doing a Rubik's Cube. Is that a recurring thing for you, or are you one of those people who's like crazy good on a Rubik's Cube? Have a good lurk out in it. You almost finished him. You got upset with your dogs, and you're crying now, but it's okay. Oh no, what happened with your dogs? Were they getting too rowdy? I hope it all gets under control and you can catch a breather, regulate yourself. Do you have a photo of him finished? I fixed my chat, so you should be able to post links in chat now. If you have a link to him all finished up and you want me to give everybody a little show, then please post him in the chat. Pay us with your links. Best time is around 29 seconds, but you average under a minute? Okay, that's just crazy. I used to, like, in my childhood, be able to do Rubik's Cubes, but I don't think I remember how anymore. And I certainly could not do them in under a minute. It's like an hour-long process. That's a very fun skill. Ever since they got sprayed, they've been trying to kill each other, and it's heartbreaking me. Sprayed, what did they get sprayed by? A skunk? And that's so weird. It's like, are they getting like triggered by the scent or something? Because yeah, that's scary and stressful. Animals, like especially when they're like behaving irrationally, it's just a scary thing trying to get them to coexist in a space. It isn't done yet, but you can get a work in progress. Please show us a work in progress. A Braille Rubik's Cube. That sounds interesting too. Sounds like the kind of thing I would have wanted as a kid, because my parents would be like, okay, you have to turn your lights off now and go to sleep. And I'd be like, but I don't want to go to sleep. And then if I had a Braille Rubik's Cube, I could just stay up in the dark doing it without my eyes. I would have been very into that as a kid. Oh, spade, not sprayed. I must have added, oh, I did, yeah, I added an R in there for no reason because my brain is malfunctioning today. Spade. Fixed, they can't have babies. Yeah, they say that can, like, change animals, but hopefully it's just because they're in recovery mode still, and once they heal up, they won't be as angry, but... But yeah, very tough stuff when your animals are stressing you out. It's hard when you have pets and you have to get procedures done like that for them, where you know it's like for the greater good, but it also just like you can't really explain to them what's happening or why it's happening. And you know that like it's just like stressful and traumatic to them, and you can't like do very much to alleviate that for them. You just kind of have to hope it'll be okay. We used to have a dog who we lost recently, and when she was fixed, she had to be at the vet for a couple days. I think like almost 2 days. And she refused to pee the entire time she was there. And then the minute we picked her up, she like peed for like 5 minutes straight. So she clearly had just been like holding it desperately the entire time because she was so stressed, and we felt so bad about it. Ooh, here's a linky. It's really neat. The makers of Rubik's partnered with Sienna IB to make them for people who can't see to be able to take part. That's really fun. That's a really cool partnership. Ooh, this is looking good, Silent. This is looking real good. I still think you're crazy that you do this in ballpoint pen. Where's Streamlabs? Let me look at this. Ballpoint pen, like just a generic ballpoint pen. Where is my right monitor? Ignore me upside down in the corner. So yeah, this is what
the bat box.
I'm hanging from the ceiling over here. This is what Silent's been working on in ballpoint pen, because that's their preferred medium, which is insane that they can get this good of a result with ballpoint pen. But yeah, it's looking great. It's really coming along. I can't wait to see, like, with this little to go, it's like, ooh, you gotta get that done. I gotta see him finished. Pinpoint ball. But yeah, it's impressive stuff. It's a really fun style. You don't see a lot of people who like uh, get results this good with like what like most artists would consider like generic materials, like people who just use like a pencil or whatever. Oh, who do we got? Who do we got here? Who just did that? Shy Wolf. Thank you for the follow. But yeah. Give Silent a check out if you guys want. They also are a zookeeper, which is extremely interesting.
Wow. That's fun. That has got to be one of the hardest jobs on the planet.
I would assume so, yeah. Although I don't know, wiping butt sounds pretty bad too.
I feel like that's part of the job description.
For some reason, wiping animal butts sounds better to me than wiping human butts, but maybe that's just a me problem. So that Viva Pinata, I wish. I love Viva Pinata. No, that is Hetsu from Breath of the Wild, the second last Zelda game. He's like a forest spirit with maracas, and you bring him seeds that you find. And when you do, he does that little maraca dance, and I just love that little maraca dance so much. But they kind of changed it in Tears of the Kingdom, and I don't like the new one as much. You guys are getting me dangerously close to that 50 follower mark to get affiliate. Don't do it, okay? Outinet's gonna be on my tail for emotes the minute it happens. Keep it at like 49 for like months. Keep him on his seat. Is not coming up. We somewhere along the way started yapping and stopped painting, and now the notion of this coming together in any kind of speedy way is gone very far out the window. Korok Seeds is poop. Yes, that's true. Korok Seeds is poop. There's a lot of poop in chat today. The poop weirdo. Don't call him the poop weirdo. His name is Hetsu. The poop weirdo. That's just rude. The poop weirdo. How would you like it if someone referred to you as the poop weirdo? That's just mean. Who knows? Maybe he'd be into it. Maybe he wishes people would refer to him as the poop weirdo. Those Zelda games are probably some of my all-time favorite games. If you haven't played them, I highly recommend. I have poured a stupid number of hours into them. I pretty much own a Nintendo Switch exclusively for them. And Suika game. I play Suika game on my Switch. More than I should admit. I don't dance when people sing "Bring Me Poop," so I believe I don't deserve that title, but know a guy who does. I mean, I guess you've got a point, but... To be fair, like, then Link is a poop boy too, because he's carrying mounds of poop around to trade. He's in the poop trade. I go undone and let my tea get too cold again.
A new one?
Nah, we'll just drink it.
Alright.
Thank you for the offer, though.
You're welcome.
Tis very sweet of you. You shouldn't offer my ungrateful ass such things when I just let it sit by the wayside and get cold when you made it just for me. The poop economy is rich. It is somewhere. I guess in Zelda, it's pretty big. It's a pretty big thing. What are you playing back there? Noita?
Yeah.
Is it Noita or
I
Noisha?
think it's Noita. It's going pretty well so far.
I gotta figure out a way to deal with the oil cloths and stuff. Because I don't want to start a fire in our apartment. We don't have a like fireproof box for me to be throwing them out into. So I either need to figure out somewhere in here that I can lay them out until they're completely dry, or I need to start taking them out like immediately to the dumpster at the end of my painting sessions. Because I'd feel like a real big idiot if my trash can in here burst into flame because I keep throwing paper towels soaked in oil paint out. Wizard physics game? Yeah, I like watching him play Noida, but I haven't tried it myself. It looks outside my realm of capabilities.
I go through seasons of getting really into it and then dying so much that I like need to take a break. It's one of those games you just have to accept that like it's going to be unfair.
I feel like what's it called? Rogue Legacy was like that for me. That like sometimes like you just get around where it's like this one's not working for me. Make a dumpster fire? Look, if the dumpster goes up in flame, that's not my problem. It's outside. The second one, the second Rogue Legacy? I haven't tried the second one yet. Is it worth getting? I remember being really stoked when they announced it, and then I just kind of forgot about it altogether and never ended up picking it up.
I remember thinking it looked really ugly when I saw the like previews for it.
Yeah, I don't really remember a lot about it. Did it look that different from like Rogue One?
I thought it did.
Not Rogue One, the like the Star Wars story, the first Rogue Legacy.
But it's been a long time since I like saw or heard anything about it.
It definitely didn't seem like it had the like culty hype that the first one did.
Yeah. First one's so good.
It's just Rogue Legacy with more shit. It looks very different. Really? Okay. I'll look into it, but if it is just gameplay wise, it's just Rogue Legacy with more shit than I'm sold. I mostly stopped playing Rogue because it like I just played it too much and there was not that much more for me to be like doing in it. What kind of mediums do I use? So I'm using water mixable oils, not traditional oils, which means I can use water as a medium. So I use water as a medium, and then I also have a water mixable, where's the best way to show you this? Water mixable linseed oil, and then I also have a fast drying medium, which I am not using currently because we're trying to do this wet on wet, obviously. But those are the only two mediums I have currently for the oils that I have, at least here. I was saying earlier that I have regular oil paints in my parents' house. I just have to go back there at some point and acquire them because all I have here is my set of the water mixable oil. After beating it in 7 lives, I was like, I think I'm done. Yeah, I didn't get that good, but it definitely felt like at some point it was just like, I've like played these bosses. I don't have anything else to be doing here. It was a good game for me though, because like historically, I am not good at that style of game. And I think playing it as much as I did really like did kind of wonders for my my literacy of that style of game. So it did work for me for sure. I think as an adult, I'm a lot more diverse and open to games that like I wouldn't have played a lot when I was younger. I have an older brother, and so I was always just the younger sibling who kind of got like shafted to like watching him play video games. And so I lost a bit of skill where it was just easier to be watching him do stuff. So like I didn't learn how to play shooters very well, and I didn't learn how to play platformers very well because a lot of those kinds of games when we were kids were single player, and so he'd be playing it and I'd be watching. So Cobra is what you have too. Good paint. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. I was in I'm Painting Badly's chat last night, and people were kind of going off about how there isn't really a point to water mixable oils, and that they're just kind of worse than regular oils. But honestly, like I have had a really good time with them, and I find the ability to rinse my brushes while I'm working in water really nice. And I don't think I have like, I'm not an artist of a quality that it really matters deeply to me that it's like very high, like archival quality, or that I am paying for like really nice, expensive, like specific pigments. So for my purposes, I think they work great and I am not mad at them. They are like a little bit pricier than like standard oils would be, but I think the convenience of using water with them is honestly worth it to me. And to be fair, I didn't pay for this set. It was a birthday present from Goldie's mom, who is also an artist. And she sells art supplies to her students because she teaches art. And so she has like a catalog, and everything from the catalog she orders, she gets like at cost basically. So she didn't even have to pay full price for them to give them to me. So it's all around a good steal. But yeah, this is these ones are the first time I've ever used Cobra, and like I said, I've been fairly happy with them, so. Trying to put some of these like spots in on the tree. Although I think I'm doing it in too dark of a color. I just want to put them in before I start putting the little branches in, because I think some of the branches are kind of coming out of where the spots come out of, and so it'll be easier to put them on and then put the branches on than the other way around, so. I did make them kind of too dark though, so. You were in chat and heard that too. Yeah, to me, it's just like it's all personal preference. Like, especially for the way I'm painting badly paints. Like, I totally agree with his take for what he does. And if like you have, especially like the space for dedicated studio space, so that you can potentially use solvents, then like that's a great route to go. But I think the ease of use can't be discounted when you're talking about getting people into painting. That water mixable oils for a beginner who's never worked with oils before are going to be a really nice intro to get you familiar with concepts and stuff, and are a lot less intimidating than true oil paints are for beginners. And I think they deserve a bit of credit for that, that they don't really get. But like I've said before, I'm a believer that like whatever method or medium you like and works is what's right. That just because something works for somebody else doesn't mean it's going to for you, and just because you like a certain type of paint or a certain brand of paint doesn't mean other people are going to. And as long as everybody's respectful of the fact that your opinion isn't the only opinion, then I think it's pretty chill. Started with acrylics using water is what attracted me to them. Yeah, I have painted with regular oils before, so like I knew what I was getting into, but when I got this set of the water mixables, it was just because I don't like having to deal with solvents. And generally speaking, I am a layer painter. I like painting in layers, not in one sitting, which is why this is going so strangely for me. Because this is not my natural instinct when painting. But that means that usually when I paint with oils, I want to work in layers, and the best way to work in layers with oils is using solvents as your earlier layers, because it's going to dry faster, and because it's going to create like the sandwich of the painting is going to go from lean to fat properly if you use a lot of solvent in the lower layers. So it just means you have to have solvent and use solvent when you're making your paintings, if you're doing a lot of layers. And to me, like, that was just always such a pain in the butt. I didn't like cleaning it up. I didn't like the smell. I didn't like having to have like just all this extra stuff, and being able to replace that with water to me just was very appealing. And while I haven't really tested these in terms of like that painting in layers theory, I think they would work really well for it. So like any medium, you just kind of gotta like do the experimenting to figure out like what their weird little quirks are. Like when you dilute these down with water, they get really sticky. So that can be a problem if like, depending on what you're doing with them, and the stickiness can be problematic. So, but as long as you know that, you can just thin them with linseed if you prefer, just not thin them down so much with water, or just change the way you're applying with brush strokes and stuff to compensate for the fact that they're sticky. You use water and have never had an adhesion problem? Yeah, from what I understand, the water basically works the same as solvents in terms of the like fat over lean method. So when you paint in layers in oil paints, you want to make sure that there's less oil in the lower layers and the later layers have more oil. So basically you use water in the lower layers and switch to linseed oil more and more as your like layers progress, and that way you don't have any issues with like the paint flaking off or cracking later. Or at least that's the concept. And like I said, I've never had I've never had any issues so far, so. Okay, we got to see if we can put some stickies in here. See, this is part of why, like, I'm a layered painter, is because I don't really know what I'm doing when it comes to getting strokes like this in without them splitting the paint like this. I guess you kind of got to be slower and lighter pressured than I'm used to. You got to just clean your brush more often and be a bit more methodical about it. Getting slightly better at it, but it's not perfect yet. We're at about 3 hours in, which I really didn't want this to be another 5-hour paint, so to see if I can rally a little bit and start working faster. Before I put the rest of these stickies in, I guess I should put these little blue pokes of light in the background. I get more used to mixing this stuff with the palette and palette knife instead of with a brush, because when I use the brush I don't pick up enough paint and then I don't have enough paint to do the thing with. Strange color that's peeking through back there. I need like it to read as blue but live in the realm of gray. Like instinct is to make it like a bright sky blue, but I think that'd look a little bit crazy. Alright, don't hate that. We'll know fairly quickly when we poke this on there if we think it's too bright. It'll be alright. Similar to the snow that we put on the fox's head the other day. I think part of the key here is to do this a couple times with a couple different brushes so that we're not leaving like too congruent of a brush stroke pattern in everything. So trying to kind of hit it with the brush at different angles as well. Can't tell. It's like something back here that isn't really sky. I think it might be the wall of a building or something that's peeking through the trees here, but I'm just gonna make it sky color. None of this has to be particularly precise, just a little bit everywhere. Hopefully by the time we put all the sticks and leaves in, it'll sink itself back into the sensation of it being behind the darkness and not on top of it. It's a hard thing to achieve when you're dealing with paint that leaves texture. The nice thing about working with acrylics is that when you do this kind of thing on top, you can build it up in really thin layers so it doesn't leave a like definitive like built out texture, and so it sits back a lot easier. With this, I feel like it's because it's going to look a little bumped up, it's going to be hard to make it recede visually. But we could always temper it by taking some of this background color and splotching in little bits of this same texture but in the background color around it, just so that it doesn't feel as on top. We'll see. We'll see if we need it. Hoping we won't need that. Grab a little guy. Oh no. Very bad for dropping brushes today. Clumsy, clumsy lady. I think the color choice turned out well. And see, I said that I was going to need to be less sparse with the amount of paint that I made, but of course I made too much of this color. Didn't actually need very much. Oh, big hair on the paintbrush. The box I did the other day has a bunch of hairs stuck in it because one of the brushes I was using to blend sheds really bad. So I made a mental note not to use that one again. Couldn't exactly pick the hairs out, so they just live in there now. Can't really tell if this is successfully starting to look like peeking through trees or not. It's hard not to see it like literally is just a bunch of like lavender spots on a black canvas. Okay. Now we can go stick crazy. I wish I had an oil brush that was a thin liner like this. But this is an acrylic liner, not an oil liner. I wish I had one like this, but that was a stiff bristle for oils. I think that would make a difference. Kind of looks better if instead of just trying to pull a like straight line, I just kind of dab like thicker, shorter chunks on. I don't know if I'm imagining that being the better move, but for some reason it feels like it looks more natural that way. It's weird because in the reference they are kind of smooth lines, but whenever I pull them as smooth lines, they feel, I don't know, too inorganic, too like mechanical. I think this is helping it come together. I don't really know. Painting in oils makes me feel kind of crazy. I just don't have that like built up confidence to like be like, ah, I know the point at which it'll start to look like it's supposed to. Just kind of pulling this around on the tree to make some, like, more bark texture, I guess. Gotta go, but you love how this painting is going. Thanks, Jake. Thanks for hanging out. Wish me luck because I intend to get this done before I call it quits, so we're speeding through the end bit. If you want to see it finished, I'll probably post it to my Instagram tomorrow, so hope you have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. When I look at it in real life, it doesn't feel like it's coming together. But when I look at it in OBS, I feel better about it.
Yeah, it does read better on camera.
And I think that's just like paintings like this, like distance kind of like improves them a bit.
Sure, yeah.
But yeah, when I see it over there, I'm like, that's not that bad. But it's a little messy in real life for me. But we'll see how I feel about it when it's like fully actualized. How'd your Noisha go?
I just died.
Oh.
It was going pretty well.
That's unfortunate.
And then I died.
Very unfortunate that. You win some, you die some.
So true. Couldn't be more true.
Can be a little more true. I don't like that one. I don't like that specific one I just added. Get him out of there. Remove him immediately. It's a bit better. Okay. So I will add these strings in. String things. You have to connect to a tree. Where are you connecting to? Well, I guess you don't connect to a tree. You just go up. Just go up and up forever. Can't really tell. Looks like there's like a weird like bow or something on the top of these.
On top of the lanterns?
Yeah. Not on all of them, but like I can't figure out what that's supposed to be or what that's supposed to be. If it's just like the like off ends of the rope tied, I think I might just leave it out. Doesn't seem that necessary.
I don't know what to make of those.
They're getting annexed. It's my painting and I have that power.
I'm gonna paint him in while you're not looking.
What? Okay, go ahead. As long as I don't have to do it. But then I'm gonna sign your name to the bottom of the painting.
No. I remember in the first Sims, it was like, you know how you could paint and then like sell the paintings?
Yeah.
And you know how the like paintings would like sell for more and more you like did them?
Yeah.
That like what triggered it going up in price the next time wasn't the person who painted it, it was the person who sold the painting.
Oh,
so you
interesting.
have a Sim who like drew paintings and then have another Sim be the one who sells them. And now, like, if you had the first Sim sell their own painting, even though it would look like a masterpiece, it would sell for like $2.50 or something.
It's very interesting. So what you're saying is in The Sims you should create a farm of like 30 people strapped to easels, forcing them to make paintings for cash, and one guy who goes through and sells them all.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
It's genius.
I feel like everyone had a like Sim sweatshop at some point.
I don't know about that. I don't know that I ever had a Sim sweatshop. Seems a little inhumane when you're playing a game that you can just spam Rosebud to get free money.
Is that a red flag?
I don't know. Something not right about that. Everyone had one. They were flying off the shelf.
Don't act like you didn't.
Bobby, what do you want for Christmas?
Do you think you're too good for a Sim
I want a Sim
sweatshop?
sweatshop for Christmas. I'm not saying I'm too good for a Sim sweatshop. I'm just saying I had cheat codes and I used them.
When you were a kid, did you make cool Sims or freaks?
I mostly made like real people.
Yeah, like you and like your family and stuff.
Yeah, my friends, and
Yeah.
probably made some like dumb celebrities at some point. But I definitely like made some
Mm.
freaks.
I
I'm not
remember.
gonna say there were no freaks in there.
My first Sim I thought was so cool, and he was this like dink in a like Hawaiian shirt with sunglasses, which I unironically thought was cool. And I was like really conservative with money, and he lived in this like tiny shoebox of a house, and he didn't have a stove. He only had a microwave, so he'd like pathetically watch his food as it cooked in the microwave. My brother made fun of me,
Yeah, kind of rightfully so by the sounds of it.
but I wish I had like footage of that sim because it would be so funny to see what I thought was like really
Cool as a
cool
kid,
back then.
yeah, that's fair.
I aspire to be this loser in a Hawaiian shirt.
Look, we can go out tomorrow. We can find you a Hawaiian shirt. We'll buy it for you. And I can stop you from ever spending any money ever again.
Have microwave dinner for every meal.
And I'll just keep painting and you just keep selling them for me.
Yeah.
Pretty soon we'll be fucking rich. Oh, we'll be so rich.
It kind of implies that there's like the works of art don't sell themselves, right? Like the sim who's selling them has to do some kind of legwork and gets better at the like skills of like the trade, you know what I mean? Like they have to
Yeah.
cut deals and they have to like negotiate and stuff.
It certainly sounds like they're doing like gallery work.
Yeah.
Okay, we're getting pretty close here. I just got to get these lanterns finished and then stick some foliage in the foreground and call it a day. Which means we might be able to get it done in under the 4 hour mark, which, if that's true, it's a win. And I don't want to hear anyone say otherwise. The thing about this is, like, I feel like I could be doing them faster. I just, like, mush stuff around a lot without real intent because I don't know what I'm doing yet. Which means if I keep doing it, maybe I can get it up in speed.
I think it's nice that you and all the artists you watch on Twitch seem to like challenge yourselves. Like you all go out of your way to like expand your techniques and like learn new things and like put yourself in uncomfortable positions for the
Yeah,
sake of like developing technique.
I'd agree with that. It's intimidating to like want to commit to that when you're live with people watching you.
For sure, yeah.
You'd think a lot of people would just be like, no, I have a method and I'm gonna do that because I don't want to make a shitty painting in front of people.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so it is nice to watch people like willing to experiment and like risk a loss. For me, I guess the key is that If it's a loss, it's not done yet.
That's fair.
It's just a matter of how long you have to fight it before you win. I don't remember the last. Well, no, that koi painting I did was a loss.
Was that a loss?
Yeah, in my eyes, that was a loss.
What made it a loss?
It just wasn't good. Like, in the end, the thing I produced was not to my standard. Not that, like, anything I produce is truly to my standard, but, like, there reaches a threshold of passability that stuff usually is that I can live with, and that one was below that threshold for sure, but I just didn't want to be painting it anymore. And maybe that's just my bad for, like, delving into a style that, like, isn't really my thing. Oh, my playlist just ended. Daily Mix 4 it is. What do you know? More Death Cab.
Song's a banger though.
But, you know, it's hard to say because, like, I posted that and friends of ours really liked that piece on my Instagram. But I hate it. It's hard to say sometimes which one matters.
Yeah, that's fair. It's tough to know the line between like being constructively critical of your own work and being like a saboteur, right?
Yeah, I'm like a negative Nancy about
Yeah.
it. And I find it frustrating when, like, people who are good at stuff are, like, just constantly like, oh, it's so bad, it sucks. When it's like, okay, but it doesn't, though, and you know that it doesn't.
Yeah.
So I try to stay, like, kind of tempered in that and, like, have my standard, but also, like, respect the fact that, like, I have some skills and some technique that is, like, valuable. But yeah, it's just a weird, like, is it more satisfying to me to have other people like my work or to have me like my work?
Yeah.
And are those mutually exclusive or can they be the same thing? Because I'm sure they can be the same thing, but I don't know. Yeah, it's just interesting. Everything's just interesting.
I think it's easier for someone like me who like if I get positive feedback on my work, it makes me like my work better.
Mm.
It makes me more proud of it. But I think you're a little immune to that. Like if people compliment your work, you won't buy into it unless you truly believe that it's good. Right?
Yeah, I'd say that's true. I would definitely say that's true. I can't really be, like, convinced if I don't really believe it myself.
Yeah, I can. I'm gullible as shit.
And I don't know what that stems from. If it's a, like, when I was younger, I was, like, the straight A kid, right? And
Right.
so, like, I both got a lot of praise when I was young and also, like, reached a point where, like, my good grades were expected, and so the praise didn't really fit the, like, work I was putting in.
Yeah.
And so it's hard to say, like, did not getting enough praise, like, make it not that valuable to me, like, make me be okay with just not having it, or did, like, getting it too much too early cause a, like, oh, it's not that, like, I didn't work that hard and they're really proud of me, so, like, it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I know a lot of gifted kids like have like a burnout, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where they like become adults and like tasks that are easy to them aren't worth doing because
Right.
they're used to like doing, like, in their eyes, the bare minimum and getting praised for it, right? It's if you can like score 100 on a test, no problem, and you're told that's the best thing ever, then when you actually like face a challenge, it's harder to like work up the energy to actually do it.
Yeah, totally. And I'm certainly guilty of that. Like I never really got very deep into learning any musical instruments because like it just was never worth it because I'd have to put in a lot of work to get good at it. Whereas whenever I picked up a craft or something, it was really easy for me to get good at it. And so I can definitely see a like, I've had to work against that reaction that like, if it takes work for me to get good at it, it's not worth it mentality.
Yeah.
Because obviously I'm not innately good at stuff like rock climbing that we do. That's taken a lot more work than like pretty much anything else hobby wise I've ever done to get decent at.
Right.
And even then, like I would calling me decent is a stretch. I think we're fine climbers, but like in the grand scheme of climbing, we're both still pretty like new and weak.
Yeah, we're pretty average, I'd say.
And so, yeah, it's just I don't know. It's weird. It's all weird. I don't know if I succeeded or not in trying to make the like glow on these feel like a glow. It's kind of late in the game though to like add much in the like surrounding the lanterns to try to make them look glowier, so
I guess when you're doing it all wet like this, like there's diminishing returns in what you can add as well, right?
yeah.
Otherwise it gets really muddy.
You can like scrub areas, like use a like dry brush to pull all the paint off, basically, and then re-put new paint down. But obviously when it comes to like blending and stuff, if you like do that to an area that has like little detail lines and stuff, you kind of have to redo the whole area. You can't just like I'm not really happy necessarily with like the like glowiness around the bottom of this lantern here.
Okay.
In the painting here, like it could be brighter underneath it, but I'm worried if I try and layer that on there that like I'm gonna mess with like this crisp black line and this like crisp white area that I've put in without it transitioning smoothly, and then I'd have to blend it out into the night area with like a bigger, fluffier brush, which has no control.
Right.
And so I risk like smudging a bunch of this other wet stuff around.
The like lesser of two evils.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe it's just a skill issue. Maybe like this is one of those cases of like someone with a defter hand than I could pull it off, but yeah, you have to, with the like wet on wet, you have to be pokey and not draggy with the brush. You kind of gotta like push it on and then like manipulate it in the direction you want it in instead of just like being able to drag a clean line, because the longer your line, the more like stuff from underneath like comes up in the pull.
Right.
It's odd. It's very odd. I'm getting, I think, a bit better at it, but still a little odd.
It's hard for me to fathom that this stuff just like stays wet for months.
Month is like it'll be dry to the touch in like a month for sure.
That's still
But it's not fully cured then. Like you should wait probably 2 months before you varnish, otherwise like you risk problems like with cracking and stuff. But yeah, like I can walk away from this tonight. Like that guy I poked earlier and he's still like completely wet from 2 days ago. I could probably go in and like work pretty much like the same wet on wet as I could have 2 days ago. Because I used a lot of oil for medium in that one and not a lot of water for medium, so he's just stayed oilier.
right.
If you mix a lot of water or solvent in, then it dries a lot faster, but... But yeah, coming from a, like, mostly acrylics place, it does feel like... What do you mean you're still wet? Stop it. Cut it out.
Yeah, how long do your acrylics take to dry? Like 10 minutes.
Less.
Wow.
Like, well, they can take a lot longer, but the way I paint in, like, watered down thin layers, so it takes, like, less time than watercolor does. Just, like, as long as taking a paintbrush and dipping it in water and painting it on the, like, countertop would take to dry up, you know what I mean? It's pretty instant. Occasionally if I do a big area, I've got to get the like fan out and run the fan on it for like 30 seconds. But then it's like all completely set in place and I can put my palm on it and carry on. I think the detail management is really hard for me, because of that being my like standard. Just got a weird noise.
Really?
Sounded kind of like something disconnecting, like a hard drive or something disconnecting. I don't know what that would have been. I'm used to hearing the like Discord thing go off, but I don't know what that would have been.
Yeah, weird. I don't know. I threw my headphones on and the delay, I didn't hear anything on the stream.
Huh. Yeah. Looks masterful. Thank you, Schmuckleberry. It's very sweet. I'm not that mad at it when I look at it on OBS, but in real life it's not as crispy looking up close. Everything's a little bit more mushy in real life than I think it reads on camera. But I guess part of the point of doing Alla Prima and using oils is to try and get myself okay with that as a concept. So. Basically done. We just have to stick a couple leaves in the bottom. I don't think we have enough green left on the, or enough blue left on the palette to make a green. Oh, maybe we do. Just pick up the dregs of this guy. Okay, he's a pretty dull green anyway. Brown mixed in there. Okay, we need some leaves. Have to put this paint on thicker and more decisively than I am currently doing, I think. And then I think we just get some this and make leaves. Oh, you guys can't even see that, can you? My thing is shifted just slightly. Bouncy camera setup is always just slightly migrating. That's the emo wall art cam. Wonder if I can zoom out one in. I can. Aha. Yeah, so I just picked up a bunch of the dark sky color and I am just using it to make leaf shapes in this dark area over here. A different brush. I feel like I should be doing this with more than one brush type. Hey, Sandflea. We're almost done. What do you think so far? Just sticking a bunch of leaves in around. Just got back from walking your cat, took her to a cemetery. Lucky cat. Sounds like a goth dream date. Taking a cat on a walk to a cemetery? You've got a cat that's willing to be walked? Never had a cat that I could, like, leash up and take out. Sounds like fun. Looks good, thank you. Where'd that liner go? Need a couple little sticky sticks. A stick here. stick here. I feel like I have paint all over my arm. I do. I do in fact have paint all over my arm.
That's unlucky.
It's a good thing I picked all of these pigments by coincidence as non-toxic pigments. There's no cadmium or lead in any of these because
You're swimming in it.
it's a mess. And unlike badly, I don't have any D wipes to save me. Just trying to get some extra little dark bits in to make these little areas in here feel like there's something in there. So in the picture you can tell just sort of that there are just leaves and stuff. And I'm not about to get in here and draw them all individually, so we're just gonna stipple some green around and hope for the best. Something about this particular Death Cab song always reminds me of Adventure Time.
Oh, the postal service one?
Oh, is it the Postal Service? Oh, it is the Postal Service. You're right. I just heard Benjamin Gibbard's voice, and I was like, must be Death Cab. But yeah, this it's something about it just gives Adventure Time. I don't know what it is.
It's a shame they only put out one album.
I love the Postal Service,
So
man.
good.
I'm like hit and miss on like Death Cab, but because like I love a couple Death Cab albums, but like a lot of their newer stuff I just like never really like sunk my teeth into. Whereas like the Postal Service, I love this whole album, and it hasn't been like what's it called? Like tainted by an album that I don't like, so
Right.
maybe if they put out another one I just like wouldn't really like it, but I get some like texture in here so that it isn't just brush strokes that don't make sense with the texture of the foliage that are hidden in the darkness. She refused to walk, maybe because it's cold, but you carry her around. That sounds like even more of a dream date. Cat doesn't even have to use her legs. I had a golden retriever as my family dog growing up, and I used to take her for walks. And she got older and she just stopped enjoying them. And I remember I would take her out for walks and she would just like give up and sit down, and I could not pick her up because she was too heavy. And so I just have to sit there and wait. So you're lucky you can at least snatch your cat up and carry her home if she won't walk, because yeah, I did not have that choice. I just had to sit there until she decided she was ready to go.
It's crazy how much depth these final touches give it.
Yeah, it's nice when you paint and you're like about a thing, and then when you get to this point you're like, you know what, it's fine. I thought we were struggling, but like it's all right. But yeah, the like final little like highlights and layers on a piece really do just like make it all pop.
What's the red stuff in the little bottle?
This one?
Yeah.
It's a fast drying medium. So you got a couple choices with oil paints of what you can add to them. And the fast drying medium, it does exactly what it says it is. It's just a liquid medium that dilutes your paint down and makes its flow better.
Okay.
And at the same time, it improves how fast it dries. So if I use that stuff, then my layers will dry like by tomorrow. So if I wanted to paint a like layered piece, I would use that as my medium instead of linseed oil, and then it'd be ready for me to do the next layer by tomorrow instead of having to wait a like full week or whatever to move on.
Makes your flow better?
Yeah. Linseed oil also improves flow. But that's why they say like fat over lean with painting, oil painting. You'll get cracking if your oil underlayers are not fatty enough. So traditionally, your underlayers would be diluted with mineral spirits, and your upper layers would be diluted with linseed oil, because then the oil is sitting on top of the spirits.
Huh.
And in this case, I can do the same thing, but with water instead of spirits. Well, hey, Kels. I think it's looking good. I'm basically done, I think. I'm pretty much calling it quits. I've put the last little chunky pokies in, and I think we quit. I think we call it quits. I'm just looking now to see if there's anything that I'm like, ooh, I could do a bit more on that, but I think I'm happy. I think I'm happy with that. Let's get rid of this guy and zoom you guys in. Oh, he's gotta be angled down a bit more. See my mess of a paper towel that I have to go throw in a public dumpster so that it creates a dumpster fire instead of a fire in my apartment. Stay put. You stay put. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. I think this is maybe too bright now that I'm looking at it. So I might just steal some of the colors from around it to tone it down a bit. Tone it down, buddy.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Excuse me. My goodness.
Put a little bit of magenta in there tonally too, just to...
Oh, you got it.
It's the top half of it needs darkening. Seems a bit better. Okay, slightly happier with that shape. Have to go, but nice work today. Thanks, Kels. look forward to seeing your progress on the landscape that you're doing. I wish I could be as ambitious with you in picking a reference like that.
That's not the snowy one.
Mm-hmm.
The orange back coloring.
But have a good night, and thanks for hanging out. Slow, but hopefully it works out. I believe in you. All your other stuff has worked out, so you're on a roll. But yeah, sometimes it just takes time. Good night. Ooh, okay. So don't love the harsh line up here. Just blend that out a little bit. Doesn't really make sense that this would be so harsh on this side. So in, this out, blend it around. Okay. Color should we sign this with? Ay, ay, ay. Put my paintbrush on my horribly painty. There's paint literally everywhere. Can you guys see my arm? It's a mess. It's a mess. And my paintbrush is covered in paint too. Yeah. Alright, let's just get a white yellow color mixed up, I guess. And we will. It's hard to sign with the lip of the lip of the easel in the way. Song is gonna be stuck in my head all night now. I'm a sucker for some hot mulligan. Okay. A little smushy of a signature, but what are you gonna do?
Yippee.
However, I did rest my knuckle in my paper towel, and now it is covered in paint too. I made a terrible mess. I guess this is why people who paint with oils wear gloves. I can't be trusted. Okie dokie. She's done, yippee. Yippee, yippee, she's done. Well, anybody that is still here, thanks for hanging out. I probably won't be back painting for a couple days, but we might be back gaming in the next couple of days. The finished piece of this will get photographed tomorrow morning when I have some natural light and put up on my Instagram. And yeah, just thanks everybody who hang out. Thank you everybody who hung out for hanging out, and I'll hopefully see y'all soon. I'm gonna go wash all this paint off of every surface. Good night, Sandflea. Bye-bye, everybody.